Hello. I hope we're all having a good day so far. I'm doing pretty good. I am tired, and that is 100% fault of mine. That is fair, Rocky. And yes, it is the eve of discount chocolates. It is a good time. Me brownies playing the video. Nice. Um, Being the Power Wash doesn't really have music. I just figured that I would just put on whatever music I want to.
Yeah, that works with the mod.
Well, it's still video game music, and I played this during intermission for last one, so yeah, it would work for the VOD.
Okay.
Meant to get flowers the other day for my partner. $20 for a rose? That's a ripoff. My gym was trying to promote, hey, you could do 1-800 flower and do like a thing that way. And their cheapest one was like $50. It's just like, fuck, I know you all have a business to run, but also that's so much money. It is Klonoa 2 because I've just had that on the brain. I don't remember how to share it. It's just off of YouTube. Someone put all the songs together in a playlist, and I am very excited for that game. Yes, Klonoa 2 Brainworms. Also, I hope your back is feeling better, Shiro. So, if I run out of like Klonoa music, we'll think of something else. Hopefully everything runs okay and sounds okay. OBS had an update before I had gone live, so everything looked like it should be good, but also, if anything happens, please let me know. You got a swollen disc confirmed? Oh no. Stretch it out and keep walking? Oof. I'm glad it seems like it'll be an easy fix, but also, that's spooky. Yeah, from last stream, I didn't get up until super late. So, and I was already not feeling super great yesterday because cramps and bodily cramps. Body decides that you are supposed to be in pain for today. So it's like, fuck, I wanted to do things. Hi, Nikki. Now I need to remember how to play this game. Luckily, it usually goes better within like a day or so. I just happen to be one of the people that is just like, oh, yours are just gonna be exceptional. So I'm usually just down for a day whenever that happens. I don't know if I need to clean this trash can, but we're doing it. I didn't end up feeling better until sometime when Apcarnes was gonna try to go to bed. So I was just like, you know what, maybe I'll just watch some videos, try and get familiar with the animation aspect of... Oh, that's how you turn it. Neat. Of Clip Studio Paint, because I want to still be able to make animated emotes of my own. And was this the one I wanted? I think this is the one I wanted. Which then delved into the urge to just be like, you know what? I know we weren't going to do anything for Valentine's Day, but now I just have the urge to draw something for you so while you're sleeping. And then proceeded to stay up doing that. At like 4:30 in the morning, he ended up getting up to go to the bathroom, and he'll usually come check on me. And my brain, when I'd heard him go to the bathroom, was just like, nah, he's probably just gonna go to the bathroom and go straight back to bed so that way he doesn't get awake enough to where it's hard to get back to sleep. Thinking that he was still in that kind of like half sleepy stage. Not the case. So he started walking towards me. He didn't have glasses on, and I was trying to keep it at least a secret until I finished it. So I was awkward and was just kind of like, I tried to cover my drawing monitor, which is not easy because it's a big monitor because I draw onto it, and he understood that I was trying to keep him from seeing it, and I just explained that, like, I wanted to do something for you, and I want to keep it at least a secret long enough for me to finish it. So he ended up going and trying to lay back down for a few more hours, till like 6:30 when I ended up finishing this drawing. We ended up just getting some breakfast, and I once more passed out and got some sleep. Unfortunately, this means that my sleep schedule is all sorts of hecked up right now because I didn't wake up until like 4 o'clock. But I did get to give him the drawing before I had fallen asleep. It was basically while we're waiting for breakfast. So we basically had breakfast in bed, just talking and shit. He really liked it. I posted in the Discord if you're not sure which drawing I'm talking about. The background for the photo is a photo that I've taken. And it does have significance, so I think, for me, I was just like, oh, this will make it nicer. Yeah, breakfast in bed is good. It's just like, you get to be cozy in bed, you get to nom on some food. You do have to deal with the crumbs, but I have to wash laundry anyway. So, sooner rather than not, honestly. Got up, remembered the fact that I wanted to at least attempt to dress nice today, so I at least have, like, my dress and hair kinda did. I don't think my eye would be quite alright, because it's been a little itchy because it's been getting warmer, and thus the spring allergies are trying to start to kick in a little bit. So it's just like, this probably wouldn't do okay with makeup, so I'll just leave it at this, which is fine. Of course, just had to deal with a lot of stuff at work, and just because I had like the whole late night and just brain being everywhere, part of my brain was just kind of like, well, I could just do Jackbox, and we could just have that be a head empty stream. But I figured that maybe it would be too late notice for people to be like, hey, let's just play Jackbox. And then I remembered I had this, and that this existed. And it's just like, I could listen to Klonoa too, and just clean things, and we could talk. And then I'm probably gonna immediately run out of things to talk about. How did I rotate this? How did I rotate this? There it goes. I have to remember how to play the game. Metaphorically. So yeah. My other part of my brain was just kind of like, you know, maybe we could just work together to make bad Valentine's Day cards. Like the ones I've been seeing on Twitter today. But I had already set up the premise of like, nah, we're not gonna do a Valentine's Day stream. And literally everything else, aside from Apex, is doing Valentine's Day stuff. Like Fall Guys is doing Valentine's Day stuff, which is fine. I just figured that I didn't want to throw it in people's faces of, hey, this is the day it is. Because I know some people can feel bad for it. I definitely got to play Jackbox at least last night with Barry and Chad. I did not win at all, but my highlight is the fact that my highlight for that is my answer didn't win, but it did prompt Barry to start playing Friday night on stream. It's just like, you know what? I'm a winner already. This is fine. I'm glad. They do, and you know what? You get less pizza for those heart-shaped pizzas, so really, you're losing out on less pizza. It's a win, a Jackbox cheat code, that's fair. Jackbox is always a fun time. Because I don't think Barry had known what song I was referring to for my answer, so he went looking for it. And when he saw it was Yakuza, it's just like, okay, yeah, we'll play this. No, wait, no. He must have known, because he did say he had played it for one of his starting students on a Friday not too long ago. And chat was yelling at him for it. I don't know why, that song's great. And at some point may or may not actually play it now that I think about it. It's like, oh, yeah, this is a good song. We could just put it on repeat at some point. Also, it feels bad for the pizza people right now, because they had back-to-back, basically, holidays. They had Super Bowl yesterday, and then they had Valentine's Day today, where they're trying to promote their heart-shaped pizzas. They must be very busy. Yeah, Sinky. Take down a theme. Yakuza like a dragon. I love you too, Nikki. I'm also still trying to get a confirmation on what time the Pokemon Nuzlocke will be this Friday. I imagine I'll hear from my friend soon. The main reason I want to hear from him sooner rather than not is because I've been taking part in the Yeti's graphics quest, which is just a fun little design show that does have real prizes attached to it, to your metaphorical D&D levels. And they're going to do a side quest on Friday at 2 o'clock my time. So I want to make sure that me and him are on the same page to be like, hey, I want to do this thing. We could do Pokemon afterwards. if you're cool with that. So hopefully that works out for him too. If not, it won't be the worst thing in the world if I'm not able to join it. Pretty much all of Snap is good jams. Just driving around with my windows down playing Snap music. Could call them and I said yep and drove away. They
Those
could.
are Friday night. Not Five Nights at Freddy's.
I would assume it's Five Nights at Freddy's, but I honestly now can't think of what music could be in Five Nights at Freddy's other than the new one.
Well, the only music that I've ever heard anyone listen to on repeat are like all the various band songs, like from Living Tombstone, you know, and Andrew
Friday
Stein.
Night Funk. Okay.
Yep.
You are correct. What is Friday Night Funk?
It's originally was a Flash game. Basically, it's a Newgrounds creation that's very much like a versus CPU DDR.
Ooh. Was it ever an arcade game?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, it started as a Flash game.
Okay.
Yay, alcohol.
Yeah, Paris is having a bad day, so he went
Fuck
and
my
grabbed.
job.
I mean, always, but like,
Damn.
I like how you're scooting up for like
No.
job takes.
No, great comment. When we're talking about Friday night, we're talking about the song Friday Night that is one of the songs that you can play at the disco in Yakuza 0. And basically it's almost somehow it's already gotten nearly Bakumatai level status.
Almost.
Hi, Nikki. Oh no! It's today was the best day of the week because everything went to shit right before the day ended, and I'm going to have to deal with this shit for the rest of the week.
Tomorrow he has to interview 2 candidates.
Yeah,
Which one of them will be a woman, so I have hope that there'll be some more sensible answers to the questions that he has.
maybe, but also, but it's not even. But also, I have to deal with those interviews, but also have to look into a problem that I spent 2 months trying to figure out how to fix. I sent out a fix, people verified the fix, and then it gone live, and immediately am told, nope, this is not. People are still reporting the issue. So great fucking times. That feels like it just feels like 2 months of my life down the drain.
Yeah.
If I wasn't paid as much as I was, I would have quit already, to be fair.
I mean, that's debatable based on what.
But the thing is that the code base is irredeemably bad. Like, it's not normal levels bad, it's holy fuck. How did anyone who worked on this code base before me have a job?
No, I know. I just mean that from what you've said.
The tech industry and whatnot. The fact that
Thank you, Freddy.
people are very hesitant if you go and try to change jobs too often, even though tech is one of the highest turnover industries ever. Like, even at 6 figures, we have such high turnovers, mostly because usually our product management sucks, and our fellow developers usually suck.
Usually.
Yeah. But yeah, this is my drink.
Yes, mine's is over here by me. Also, if the music sounds too loud in comparison to any one of us, let me know and I can turn it down.
Also, I could take a break from ranting and get his ice cream.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
I just started, so I'm
I
probably going to be a while before I can nom an ice cream.
I don't know. I could always just pour myself a bowl and then whenever you want it, just hand you the rest of the tub.
I get the rest of the tub.
Well, I said, scoop myself out.
Oh, I
bowl.
know.
Yeah. It's just.
Their base is not great.
Yeah. And I am ready to just, like. It's an eternal mood that I want to just kind of throw my hands up and just say, fuck it. But there's this small part of me that kind of wished my laptop might have broken when I accidentally dropped it this morning. So I have an excuse not to be out of work for a couple of days.
No, I get you. Would have been a hell of a time for it to break with the fact that you're doing 2 interviews.
I mean, I could, as long as I still had access to the email, I could have done it. Which I still have access to on my phone. And I could have taken it on my personal computer. I just wouldn't really be able to do work because I wouldn't have be able to build the code because of signing certificates.
And have the permissions and whatnot.
I think I technically would have all the permissions except for code signing, which would prevent me from actually building the code.
I get you.
Which, you know, if I can't build a code, how can I really do anything? Always test my changes and whatnot. But yeah,
Tech industry's rough.
yeah, but I think fundamentally the problem is that iHeartRadio and iHeartMedia as a whole is not a tech company. Like,
Probably not. A
like,
lot of
we-
it is
we-
based off of their ads and stuff. So
well, it's not. Well, that doesn't make it not a tech company. I think it's the fact that we have our tech and we have the podcasting arm of it, but fundamentally we're a content company. Like, we're not, like, we're basically YouTube. We're closer to Vimeo than we are YouTube. If that makes sense.
not quite.
Vimeo, first and foremost, is a company that's trying to go and, like, it's not really, like, it's tech, but it's not, like, main thing about it is that we sell the ability to go and view videos. Well, for people to upload their videos and whatnot. Hi, T-Dragon.
Hi, T-Dragon.
There's T-Dragon's presence here reminds me. I understand why, but also it's kind of dumb that Master Duel does not count any games that you scoop on as being completed.
In terms of your dailies.
Yeah. And I always forget that because I always go, okay, I can't win, I'm running scoop. And then I forget, oh wait, that doesn't count as completing a duel. So inevitably when it says play 3 duels is, for me, in my mind, it basically might as well just win 3 duels because I keep on just, you know, well, it makes, like, there's no essential difference between paying, like, I understand the idea of it is to prevent, people from just scooping as soon as the game starts. But the only thing that you do is just delay by maybe a turn or two. Those type of people. Because if someone's going to just come in, and if someone really just wants to come in and get their, play X games done, then fundamentally, just all they do is all they're going to do is, pass. You know, which, and the thing is, I don't think anyone fundamentally wants to pass. I think, people aren't just logging in to scoop. I'm not. If someone's not playing cards, they probably bricked somewhere. I don't know. It just seems like an odd situation.
Scoop.
Yes, scoop.
Like scooping an ice cream.
Yes.
Not quite like that, but that's just from my brain. I just wish that I had a means of being able to take over things in that way.
But why would you want to?
Because it would save you the headache.
But then you would have the headache. Yes. Like, fundamentally, it's just, the problem isn't something any one individual can... It's fundamentally a problem with the entire relationship between us and product. Because product does not understand what tech debt is. And as far as product is concerned, the only people... They boss us around. They don't answer to us. They tell us what to do. The people they answer to are the higher ups who have some sort, whatever dreams they have. Like the talkback feature, originally, that was supposed to go out with the pre-Christmas update. But the thing is that product literally gave it to us 2 weeks before they wanted it out the door. Well, I mean, like 2 weeks before we would be sending it out the door, and we told them it's not happening. And then 2 months later, it's like, yeah, I'm not going out the door because you gave it to us. Whoa, like the product team's dumb. They don't understand how timetables work. They don't understand that APIs should be done before the things that rely on such API work. Okay, so fun story. Hey everyone. So I was brought into this feature. I don't even know technically is live, but it's only live for like 1% of you technically. So, who cares? But it's still live. So the talkback feature is basically, I'm not, gosh, I might be dating myself to certain people in this audience. So if you listen to like AM or FM radio back in, your childhoods, you probably, your parents might be listening to a station, and usually these stations will have some sort of, call to host or prize giveaway type thing, blah blah blah.
As a note, my brain stopped processing what you said as like call a hoe, and I was just like, okay,
Horny,
I'm not gonna judge.
This is where we need the horny bad emote.
Listen, I'm sorry, my brain just assumed it knew what you said. It's just like how, now
No.
it's like no, brain didn't want to do that.
But say you want to go and submit something to have the. It's not called Tinder. No, sorry.
No.
No. That's wrong.
No.
Okay. So, back, when AM, FM radio was much more popular, and not just a conservative cesspool that AM radio has almost always been a conservative cesspool since FM radio was developed, but, you get the fundamental point.
Yeah.
You could call into the host and say something, and maybe it would get played. Well, the talkback feature was originally developed so that, like, it was going to be very limited. You might have to crouch.
I know. It was fun just seeing
super limited because what iHeartRadio has a lot of stations, physical and digital, and one of the stations they have is what's referred to as North Pole Radio. And even it's Christmas music all the time and year round. But they usually have a special thing around Christmas time where your kids can call into Santa, so on and so forth. So originally we were supposed to be getting it out before then. Are you proud of yourself?
No, this is garbage. I'm trying my
Are you
best.
proud of yourself?
No.
And again, like, we kind of got inklings of this, but we weren't told about it. Like, right around my birthday, it's the middle of October, we were basically told, we were told by the product people, it's like, we would like this done by the end of the sprint. And when the product person said that, I just laughed at them. So, I'm definitely one, I'm making, and he's like, well, and he's like, why are you laughing? It's like, because you're expecting this done in a single sprint, and I think your request is completely unreasonable. He's like, well, some people have faith that it can be done. It's like, well, I'm willing to bet good money that it's not going to be ready to be done. And he's like, well, you can't have a pessimistic attitude about it. It's like, yes, I can. I am right now. But, I wasn't going to self-sabotage. But I was asked to help with the talkback feature. Because there was 2 people who were working on it, and then I was brought in to secure the networking API side of it. And what happened was that when I went to the Android person who got a head start on me because I had to do something else before I got working on this feature, and I'm like, hey, do you know where the API documentation for this feature is? And he said he posted something. It's like, wait a second, this is not complete. He's like, what do you mean it's not complete? I'm like, well, literally, there's not enough information to make the API calls. And we had to go to the API team to ask, like, hey, there seems to be some information missing. And
Where is it?
Yeah. And literally we were told, it just got the staging testing. It's like, wait. And it's like, wait a second. I'm like, I had the wherewithal to go, wait a second, that just got the staging testing. So how have you done any of this other stuff? They're like, we haven't. It's like, so the product team literally has given the API side the same 2 weeks as us to get this done. And I went, no, we're not gonna get this done. And then they want us to hard code certain things in. It's like, no, we can't hard code stuff in because it's just gonna become a problem later down the line. And they're like, well, you just hard code it in. It's like, no, we're not going to do bad coding practices just because you guys are competent enough to not give us a reasonable deadline. And sure enough, the API side wasn't actually ready for it, and everything else was still kind of half broken for an entire month of November. And we decided we couldn't get any, and there were so many bugs with the iOS application because of certain things that we couldn't even get anything out in the month of December. So as a result, it's like, okay, cool. This is just a ultimately the feature has been pushed back until now, where it's like, okay, we'll just do it for general purpose, not just the North Pole radio. And it's just like, maybe if the product team had any foresight,
Any heads up. Any time to plan.
Yeah, it's like, and also it's like with the account deletion stuff. Okay, another thing. So
One more thing.
yes, because this, for Valentine's Day, we're deciding to go just do story time because it's always fucking story time.
Always story.
So I want to say this past June, either this past May or June. Apple announced a new initiative that any application that has the capability that
Hey Ed, we're doing story time.
Yeah.
Mostly Upcarn is story time.
yeah, so that any application that has the capability of creating an account, and so if data is not just localized to the to the device itself, you know, you have some sort of account, even if it's through a third-party vendor. So even if it's like, say you have a single sign-on via a Google account or Facebook account, you still need to provide a way for users to go and delete the account. Now, Apple did say, hush hush, like they're not going to do any sort of data verification. You just have to effectively prove that user, as long as the account does not exist anymore, and they can and not just deactivate it, actually delete it. So it can't be one of those things like what Facebook did, which is that effectively, when you delete your account, it's effectively just sitting in a deactivated state. No. It has to be, hey, this is a new account. They weren't doing any data verification, but they would go and just they would do some basic checks. But they said that any application submitted as of January 31st, 2022, so 2 weeks ago, literally, would have to abide by this guideline. The product team decided that they were not going to go and prioritize this until January. Because why not? And naturally, things were a buggy mess. And fortunately, they didn't go and make it so that if you have an old version of the app, that it would be pulled down. But they made it so that, if you try to submit a new version of the app without this feature, well, you couldn't. Hence why we haven't submitted a new version of the application for this year yet. Oh, sorry, we just did. And yes, it has account deletion stuff but now we stopped to roll out that version because other bugs that I had tried to solve, and apparently
solve it.
Yeah. And it's like, well, I don't know the recreation steps. Oh, it's just a bunch of people saying, hey, my application is randomly starting up and playing back music, and it's like, it made it so that the only way, I don't actually see how it could be happening. And I've done months of research into the code trying to figure out what's happening. And at this point, it just feels like a hopeless mess where it's just like, you know what? I would like to work on anything but the main application, which is not much. To be fair, it's not much. I mean, some people have compared making a mobile app to Black Magic, so you're not that far off Bright Karma. It's just, I don't fucking, I don't get, like, I joke, I apologize to Sarah whenever I have to say this, but I fucking hate product teams. It's not fundamentally because the idea of having a product team is bad. It's just most
You've never had good experience with them.
Well, most product teams aren't tech literate. They don't understand. They understand that they want to do something. They don't understand any of the processes that lead to that thing getting done. they have a dream, aim, and authority, and that's it. I think Sar is probably, on the better side of that spectrum, but
He doesn't work with you, so you're
Yeah.
not able to.
yes. Like the one project manager I really really liked was the one project manager who literally did some coding as a hobby on the side, who actually understood, hey, um, you know, ma-
Tech debt is a thing.
yes, and sometimes you have to resolve tech debt in order to actually work on new features. But unfortunately, the iHeartRadio app, it's just 10 years of tech debt and on top of each other. Because literally, we're told to fix things, but the things that we are fixing, and we have to do it in as minimal of changes as possible because there's so many other fragile parts of the thing. So instead of going and actually fixing it, we just slap a band-aid on it, and now it's just a giant ball of band-aids.
The giant ball of band-aids for a broken arm and nothing is working.
Yes. So I love my job, right? Sure you don't want ice cream yet?
I'll have ice cream.
I can practice
We don't need the bowl, it's fine. To be fair, I've worked in tech before. It is more on the hardware side though. So, it's basically trying to tell people, hey, if you're gonna clean out your computer, please don't use a vacuum. Please get a can of air. I once had a lady ask me if using a vacuum would be sufficient enough to clean her laptop. And I tried real hard not to scream out loud. It's just like, no, there are fragile parts to the system, and that that would not be a controlled environment. It would not. You go ahead and have yours first. How about that? Why would you invest time on something other than features?
Yeah, that's too many product people I know. To be fair, the worst part is when
Oh, no, leaf blower, no. Just thinking of all the fragile bits that would just get blown away.
to be fair, the worst time I ever had in tech is when the product people basically the design people had product level authority. I know there's a lot of artists in our group, but no offense, design people should not get product priority. Like, I understand. Like, there are things that design people want to do, and that's fine. But design people should not have any permission to set product priority.
Just imagining someone trying to use a leaf blower to clean out their laptop and it just yeets it away. I've used a leaf blower, so I know how strong those things can be. Also, last I checked, there technically are specialized vacuums meant for cleaning out computers that are more controlled and not just a normal vacuum.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Last I checked, though, they were expensive.
Yeah, they're basically they're just giant compressors.
Basically.
My family actually had one when I grew up, all growing up, so it was very easy to clean stuff out.
A dustbuster. I'm trying to remember what that is. gods, like, I I used to work for, and I don't know if I should technically say the name, so I'm not gonna say the name. It was a company that sold memory modules and solid state drives, and very few, uh, kind of like tools, like kind of some basic tools to be able to either get into your iMac or your computer. Super basic toolkits. Um, I had a gentleman call in wanting to return his toolkit because the handle was pink. And on the website, it didn't give you a section to be able to choose a color. It just said that the color varied. Most of the time, I didn't figure that was an issue. No one's ever called about the color of their screwdriver handle being the wrong color or being upset about the color. Just this one dude was just very upset that he had a pink handled screwdriver and wanted a guarantee that if he bought a new one, that it would not be pink. And I couldn't guarantee him that because, dude, it says colors vary. This just might be the stock that they have right now. For all I know, you could return it, and you might get another pink one. Dude's not man enough for a pink screwdriver. And it wasn't for the fact that he just disliked the color pink. It was very adamant that it was a girl color, so he didn't want a girl color for his mainly tool. Eventually, we just set up being able to have him return it. I think he was going to go get the toolkit somewhere else, which was fine. It was just such a weird thing to feel like it would be nitpicky about.
Anyway, I've had my half.
That was quick.
What?
I know. Depression. And you like your sweets during your depression phases.
Yeah, and my carbs.
Yeah.
And my
I just pushed what is normally my tactical button on my mouse, and I had the internal panic of like, wait, no one's here. I didn't mean to push stuff else. It's like I'm not playing that game right now. There's nothing to panic about.
I just... I don't know. Like, at this point, I just kind of want to go and request that instead of...
Can you, like, shelf it and be like, can I just work on something else for a while?
Well, the thing that I'm trying to kind of get myself to work, like, get permission to just work on and not have to worry about the main thing, is the Watch app. Because the Watch app, while it shares some code with the main application, it's minimal amount and something I can actually, like, it's small enough in size that I can actually fix it.
No, I get you. Didn't you say you wanted to get an Apple Watch to be able to help with that?
I was considering it, but also I would prefer to be able...
Oh no, almost lost because you misclicked. I'm glad you didn't. And yeah, some dudes have experienced some trauma in terms of masculinity, and I wish that wasn't the case. Should just be okay for dudes to express emotions, cry, and whatnot, and just
T-Dragon,
a
I've
thing.
nearly lost so many games because because there's so many things going on, and I accidentally just right-click and just, like, ignore important effects like Thunder Dragon Dark, which allows me to basically tutor my deck for any Thunder Dragon card. So, you know, missing out on that effect typically is a game-breaking mistake. You know, just, like, there are times where I don't want to tutor, but those are very few and far between.
I once saw someone share a screenshot of someone making a comment off of Facebook, being how she wanted her boyfriend to open up to her and be vulnerable with her, and he ended up being vulnerable with her and was crying about shit he was talking about and opening up about. And her comment was basically that, like, this is a safe place, but not that safe. And it's just like, what the fuck does that mean?
So it's not a safe place.
It's not a safe place. And also, I guess you don't want him to be vulnerable because now you're just shunning him for being vulnerable. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
And yeah, I can imagine how increasing a level will fuck up your combo lines. And there's been multiple games today where I miskeyed parts of my combo line, and it's like, oh shit, I can't end this board on a Colossus, which, you know, is pretty fucking bad because, yeah, I kind of need Thunder Dragon Colossus. That's like the only meat of that's the main meat of the deck, you know, preventing my opponent from tutoring and adding to hand. But yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like with Valentine's Day. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on just the guys and only the guys doing something. It's just like, but what if we want to do something together? Like, shouldn't it be both parties being like, hey, I would like to do something on this day. Let's do something together. So it's just like, it's weird. Social structures are weird that have been built, and hopefully they just get more crumbled as time goes on and for the better.
Yeah. Hopefully. I'm not holding out that much hope, but
I hope so.
I mean, a woman can be just as much of assholes as men.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Like the woman that was just kind of like, it's not that safe, and it's just like, what the fuck? Apparently you have some sort of mental mind state of, well, you expect your man to do this type of thing.
Yeah. Anyway, have ice cream.
Thank you. Is it tempting you?
No. I just...
Sorry, hour in and we're getting into some heavy topics of like, let's destroy the social structure of men having to do all the things.
Yeah, well, fuck it. It's Valentine's Day. It's Monday.
Or Monday.
I can't wait until I have more or less.
PK do crimes. Hi, Myth. Patriarchy, eat ice cream. Yes, we can burn the patriarchy to the ground. We burn down this system. For a second, I read that as stream. It's just like, I don't know how we burn down the stream, but I'll try.
Let's not burn down stream.
It looks like my friend is okay with doing our Pokemon Nuzlocke after
The side quest.
Yeah.
So, at the time that he originally said you should, which is 5 o'clock.
Ish. Time zones are weird. Yeah, eat the rich. Which I'm very glad. And I don't know if everyone was there for it yesterday. But, there was Mind Poll for Barry's stream. And it was Barry versus chat. And one of the questions ended up being if we were to replace like the days of the week with something else, like animals or fruit or something like that. And one of them was rich people. And everyone collectively as a chat had that at the very bottom, like the last one. And it's just like, I'm glad that all of us collectively decided that there should not be a benzo day. Or some other. Need to stream the pilot how to destroy the patriarchy, so no burning it. That's fair. Like I said, yesterday's Jackbox made me want to play more Jackbox, but I think I just need to plan that ahead of time.
Yeah.
So that way people would know that they could join in and be like, I know this specific day at this specific time, Calvi's going to be doing Jackbox, so I will join in. Eat the riff, especially with the trip budgets? Trip budget. I'm probably saying that wrong. What is that? Oh, one of those things. Yeah. Back in Oregon, there were some pumpkin patches that actually had those, and they would use it to yeet pumpkins at either just see how far they could throw things, or to be able to hit, like, old buses that were no longer running. Trebuchet. Localized entirely within your stream. Basically a catapult, yes. That's what I was seeing from the Google search too that I just performed. Also, sooner than that, I need to finish up all the ding dang emotes. Trying to think of ideas are hard. Especially for the fact that I still have some that are from Halloween. Technically. They read very well, though. Sorry, was finishing Nami on that piece of cookie that was in there. I definitely want to be able to keep the, I think, witch theme going for stream. Because I really like it. I'm sure it'd be fun to be able to do probably some themed around it. I just always space on the ideas of what. And usually my brain just defaults to, what do I use that I really like? And I know that, like a parent says, I probably should make a horny bat of sorts. I just don't know. But it wasn't great when I was working on it the first time. Huh?
It's a new year, new attempt.
New year, new attempt. Well, I figured that maybe that should just be animated.
A horny bat mode. It's basically like whenever chat's getting spicy, just use the horny bat mode.
It's basically the bonky mode.
Yeah.
Actually, I have one. I can... Uh, but.
So I did have a pair of nail clippers in um, the office.
Okay, cool. Like this. Oh yeah, and like what T Dragon has. No, that's fine. You okay?
Ah,
You okay?
yeah. Just needed to get that out of my system.
No, that's fair.
So it's all wrong, so. Thank you. Oh.
I'm not sure how well that came through on mic, but spicy as spicy as life.
Yeah.
I like all the spices. Sometime last week I had like the spicy ramen, and I did that right before bed.
Yeah, that wasn't a good idea.
I mean, I lived.
That wasn't a good idea.
I lived.
Saying you lived is not the best thing to be using for stuff.
I'm not in pain. It came through? Okay. I wasn't sure if it was going to. Actually. I'm gonna think about it. Hang on. Being that it updated, I wonder if it kept the filters. No, it kept the filters. Okay.
But yeah. Um,
I definitely need to work on a starting soon and be right back screen instead of just relying on text. I had one and then I changed my entire aesthetic and it's just like, oh, well, I guess I need to change that too.
yeah. Oh,
Exactly.
also T Dragon, and I said do it, coward, to your proposal.
Wait, what?
T Dragon was making a suggestion for how they want to change your deck.
Gotcha.
And I was just like, I don't actually know the viability of doing it, but also it just sounds hilarious. So I'm telling T Dragon to do it. I actually still haven't added the specific card to my deck, even though I've been running a Chaos Engine. But I just don't know what I would pull out in order to do so.
I get you.
Because my deck, like, I want to keep my deck at 40 cards, and I am very tight on deck space. Also, that one card actually conflicts with the rest of the Chaos Engine because it's not a light or dark type, because it's wind type if I remember correctly. Which, yeah.
I think I have to get on the roofs of these eventually.
You do.
Seems. This bro, I think it might work. Nice. I'm very lost in terms of all the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, just because.
Yeah, Edo Pro is just a client. It's a client that it's automatic client that's been around for several years.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That people have regularly used is for playing. And still do, because, it's not like Master Duel was up to date. Master Duel was up at the recent set, and imagine these other clients would, have a tough time living, but because Master Duel is still a couple steps behind, like at least a half year, I can imagine. It also uses the OCG rules, which
It's getting there.
it doesn't, you know. The only way that Master Duel might take over fully would be if A, it used the TCG ban list, or at least had a section for using it, and B, you know, was up to date on the card sets.
Let's see. I should have my water bottle around here somewhere. Here? Yes. Aha. Thank you for the reminder.
I get ya, T-Dragon. Yeah, I've been having trouble figuring out what to do with my UR material. Because there's so much I still need to make Appaloosa, I need to make Goddess of the Underworld, I need to make a Utopia of the Lightning. There's a lot of cards I actually kind of need to make, and I just haven't figured out which ones I want to make. I still need the Mirrors, because today I actually got a little annoyed because I literally had an opponent who literally could negate unless I somehow change things to themselves, could literally negate every single effect, because they basically were able to return a card to their hand that negated one of my effects, but then that card would be able, they would be able to special summon that card because it was returned in the hand, so they would infinitely be able to, and since it was on once per turn, they were able to literally just negate every single card, negate anything I did. It's like, oh, this is even worse than most locks I have to deal with. I am at Parnas. You probably have seen me around.
Yeah, he's also currently the mod for this card as well.
Yes.
Or Twitch as well.
Yes.
He's hung around deers and Dans and berries and SARS stuff. Yeah.
Like, not the entire neighborhood watch, but a good chunk of it.
Yeah. You mostly hang out in deers, I would say. Or at least you're the most vocal in deers.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I'm around in Dans, and Dans is the one I've been around the longest in, but also...
You're a big lurker in that.
Yeah.
Apprentice is a good game.
Yeah.
He is also my partner. He lives with me, or I live with him.
That's how you want to phrase it.
He's in the same room with me, which is why I don't have an icon for him to show up right now. He just basically walks over and rolls up his chair so we can talk together.
Yeah.
He was also...
We were supposed to have an icon, but... Thanks.
My friend was working on it. She got super swamped with work when literally everyone just keeps quitting and they keep asking her to come in. But I'll poke her about it.
Yeah.
Check and see how she thinks that she'll be able to. Because if not, maybe I could just like...
Do it yourself.
Yeah. Which I'd feel bad because... I'll probably try to emulate her style of sorts. Because
Wait, didn't you redo your own icon yourself?
No.
Oh, wait.
The one I have right now is from her.
Okay. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know what I want to do, and...
I mean, nothing wrong with talking.
I don't know, I'm just... I'm just a little tired, but I don't want to quite go to bed yet, and but Yeah. My sleep schedule is probably more fucking hers. At least Calvi usually gets around 6 to 8 hours of continuous sleep a night. Usually.
Give or take.
Yeah.
Apprentice was also the one playing Ace Attorney with me. It wasn't last stream, was it? It was last stream.
It was last stream because we went until fucking 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Which is great to do, 24 hours before, a work night.
I'm sorry.
It's fuck my job.
Still, you need sleep.
Do I?
Yes. Sleep is good. Sleep is needed to function. At least some sort of portion for it. There are some people that don't need as much sleep as others, which is absolutely fine. Just make sure you're still getting sleep. Sleep is for the weak? No. You think sleep is for the weak until you go without sleep, and then you're just kind of like, everything is bad. I say this as someone that has sleep apnea, with some insomnia attached to sleep apnea. Also, I missed stream earlier. Did you get to finish Transistor Myth? I haven't finished it yet, but I do plan to finish it. That is good. Sleep is good. About that. I would metaphorically, and it might not be the case, but I would like to see about having all the emotes done by the time my birthday rolls around. Streamlabs Streamlabs broke worse than it ever has. It kept minimizing itself, making the game capture 1 by 1 than 100 by 1,000? What was it doing? That's so weird. To be fair, I ended up just moving away from Streamlabs altogether and just doing OBS. Means that I have to use like stream elements and stuff to do the rest of the notifications, but at the very least, I don't have to worry about something taking up too much space. It definitely takes a while to get used to. It was my biggest hesitance of trying to move over to OBS with it being a little difficult to grasp at times, and just it takes some time to be able to learn it. Well worth it though. Yeah, from what I've seen, Streamlabs has not been great, which was my main reason for finally being like, you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of this. And having to learn everything and having to start all over with all the starting soon stuff and whatnot. There's still stuff I need to figure out with OBS as a whole, but it's getting there. The only downside that I've seen so far with just normal OBS is that the import-export did not work properly for me. So, eventually I should figure that out. For now, it's fine. I don't think it should prevent any stream quality from, like, decreasing, but at least I didn't notice any when I had changed over. What is this? You had to tweak things a bit, so it's not just me. That's good. I have to get the oh, there's still a whole that too. Oh, and there's still the dinosaur too. We still have a lot to do. It'd be funny if just leaving at this is just like, well, I'm done. Let me have my $163. I'm good. I imagine Myth probably heard about it just because I know a lot of the Discords that I'm in, Myth is also in, that had talked about the shenanigans that Streamlabs had been doing. I know it's not easy sometimes to just move over programs though, and sometimes it takes some time. I know when it was a long time ago, but I remember when I had went to go make a donation to Gerard long time ago, and they had offered like the premium thing, and at the time they were not clear about it being a monetary thing and just all this other stuff, and I ended up, I guess, accidentally accepting it, and then I had to go about the long process of trying to get them to refund it back to me. So I was just like, I didn't actually want this. Basically, what they did is they stole the infrastructure a lot from OBS that is open source, and OBS is fine with you using its thing so long as you also are providing whatever alterations you're making as an open source, which they did not. A lot of the stuff that they had taken from OBS, they took as monetary value. And
yeah, it's an open source license.
yeah. And they also purposely had it be Streamlabs OBS in their name, which was causing confusion with the actual OBS and Streamlabs OBS being different things, when for the longest time, because of that confusion they caused, they assumed it was all just under the same umbrella. It was all the same thing, owned by the same people. And they had asked them multiple times to please remove OBS from the name because it was causing the confusion. And they would not. Streamlabs OBS also tried to sue OBS for the name? That's weird. And to be fair, I also thought it was the same thing. I thought maybe it was just like, this is just a different sort of program and setup than this other one that's kind of bare bones. I figured the other one was just kind of more set up to be a little bit more user-friendly at the time and a little bit easier to understand and to get into. That was not the case. Anytime you buy their pro stuff though, and want to see about getting a refund, you have to jump through like 5 different hoops to be like, no, I want to cancel this. No, I want to cancel this. And they'll try and trick you into staying, because they'll move the button or change the button color to make it seem like you're giving a confirmation that yes, I want to cancel. Instead, it's just a confirmation of like, okay, no, I'll keep this, because of the way they have it worded. I know there was a lot of stuff that was said in Deer's Discord about it. It happened a good couple of months back. I can't remember the specific date, but it should essentially still be there. Yeah, it was not great. Which is, and then also their software has a lot of bloatware attached to it. Because they have it load in their store every single time, that actually eats away a little bit at the processing used for stream, because it's taking up resources to make sure that the store is loaded every time you have the program open. Oh yeah, this all that is correct. This all started when the fact that they did their own stream deck, and it was a 1-for-1 copy of Elgato's stream. Or I was either the Elgato's or someone else. I think it was Clipper. They copied a lot of one-for-one stuff. And once it was brought out that they were copying one, other companies started coming and being like, oh, this is also one-for-one. This is also one-for-one. Okay, so that was what opened up the floodgates. Yeah, that was ultimately why I had ended up switching. And it takes less CPU power anyway to be able to have OBS open and whatnot for just regular OBS than it does for Streamlabs, so it's a little bit easier on the computer anyways. It's still not great that it even had to come to that. I'm gonna be lazy about grabbing that ladder. Yeah, I imagine if you found, like, looked up Streamlabs copying and whatnot, there's still plenty of articles that talk about it a little bit more in depth. It's actually still Klonoa music. I imagine we're getting close to the end of the soundtrack, though, based on what I remember for the game. I need the ladder. I want to get the ladder. Alright, buddy. It's nice that it highlights where I can stick this ladder. I can't stick it over here, but I can stick it here. Let's see. I'm curious. We're still a decent chunk away from it. The end of the soundtrack. A lot of good music in Klonoa. Hopefully that ends up working with importing, exporting stuff. Sorry, Myth. I, for some reason, thought you had known about it already. And I just figured maybe it was just gonna take too many spoons at the time to get it all changed over. Nope, nope, that's not what I wanted. Nope. The little floaty trying to go up this ladder. Thank you for the boop, Nikki. That is a-okay. You are taking care of yourself, Myth, and trying to get better from all the shenanigans that you've been going through. Thank you for the reminder. I don't have controller on, but I can at least stretch out my hands and stuff like that. Stretch out back. And in less than 2 hours, hopefully, the CVS has discount candy. Oops. Last bit here got a little melty, but that's fine. I like how the icon on the lower right hand corner kind of makes it look like you're getting into a shooter position. Not like a power wash position. Can't wait for PowerWash Sim Tactical Cover Shooter spinoff. Oh man, that would be something, wouldn't it? And it's just once they're entirely clean, that's when they're out. That's when they're considered down and out. That'd be fun. Or the Power Wash Battle Royale. Let's see. Power Wash Open World Action RPG. Pathfinder just having a good time washing with friends. Screw wash. I wonder how the devs would feel about all of that. Because isn't this still technically in a sort of beta phase? I'm sure that would be a lot. But they did introduce multiplayer modes, so they're kind of halfway there. Of sorts. It could just be battle with your friends. Batman PowerWash Sim DLC. Batman, time to clean up your act trailer. That's when they start making the big bucks. When they get to start using the Batman, the Batman IP. I had to think way too long about what would be the variant for that. Whoops. Oh well. I can still clean this area here. PowerWash 2 is where every sound effect is done by Ryan Reynolds and Danny DeVito. If so, they better get on top of it because I think Danny's pretty old, isn't he? So anyway, I started watching. Harley and Ivy could be used to grow a garden and or use it to blast BK2 crimes on Gotham political cards. I really wanted to get that last Boppa thing. 77. Yeah, he's getting up there. You need to be quick. What'd you have?
No, just looking.
No, you're fine. It sounded like something had happened, so I thought that you were gonna come over here to share.
No, I mean I did look it up also with the veto, but also
gotcha.
I was just doing a quick Google one. It was I got out of something that I arguably shouldn't have, and I kind of said how I decided, well, if I stop at this point, if I stop, I'm going to die. So I'm going to keep on pushing until I either win or I get stopped, because my opponent had wiped my board, left me with 900 HP. It's like, well, the only thing I can do is try to just one hit KO them. And they immediately play Maxi, and I tried to negate it, but then negate my negate. So it's like, okay, well, every time I special summon, you get a draw for the turn. I guess I need to kill you. And I let them draw 10 cards, but none of the 10 cards were enough to save my opponent. So, I mean, I'm happy.
So wait, so you won?
Yeah, I won. It's
just, okay, the way it
I mean, my opponent got to
seemed like, oh, you didn't win.
No, my opponent got to draw 10 cards, but none of them stopped me from
okay.
KOing them.
Okay, I misunderstood based on wording.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It was just like I'm waiting for any card that could just immediately stops my combo, and it's like, okay, hey, anything. If you draw anything, like if you draw Nibiru, then draw this or that, but nope, they didn't have anything. It's like, cool, I win. Thank you.
No, I gotcha.
Oh gods.
Feeling pretty tired.
A little.
Did you grab your treasure pack for the day?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I did all my dailies. I was able to get them all done in Arenas. I didn't win a game in Arenas. Actually, no. Sorry, I did win one game in Arenas. Won one of my 2 games in Arenas. Sorry. One of my 2 games, or is it one of my three or one? No, sorry, I played 3 games because the last one I played Lifeline. The first two I had to play Watson. Oh no, I only won. I don't remember now. Shit. No, I won 2 of my 3 games. Won my first one as Watson. I lost my second one because the person who had half my damage and a third of my kills was asking me why I'm so bad at the bow check. It's like, dude, numbers aren't everything, but look at, like, you know.
Oh well.
And then the third game, actually no, never mind. The third game I lost with Lifeline. I just got the rest of my dailies done because we had Octane who kept on thinking they can 1v3, and then I had a Bulk who felt like they could keep on cleaning up solo. So the Octane would get downed, and then inevitably I would get down because the Bulk would fly the fuck away, and then she would never try to res me. Even though I'm like, hey, I have a gold backpack, I can get Octane up.
Yeah.
And then she would get down because inevitably it would be 2v1 or 3v1.
Oh boy.
So yeah, great teammates. My arenas record is absolute shit for the season so far.
To be fair, it's probably because the hammer point.
Yeah, but even then, I don't even think the hammer point counts for some of it. But I imagine a lot of it is just that, for some reason, all the duels I get in arenas are absolute shit. Because they're random, like, I don't know if they're they're always
Wait,
random.
randos or duels?
Like they're duos, but they are.
Oh, I thought you said duels,
No,
and I was
duos,
just like, what?
DUOS.
No, I get you now. I misunderstood.
Random duos, and those duos, there's always inevitably one on console and one on PC. I don't know why. Always one is using a controller, one is using a mouse and keyboard. Whatever, I don't know if the controller is supposed to be, like, they're on a console or they're just not, or they're just using control on PC. But either way, that's inevitably what it is. One's using controller, one's using mouse and keyboard. They never communicate, and they don't, even though they're in the same club, they clearly do not have any coordination. And I don't understand why. I assume it's mostly because it's one of those. There's a lot of clubs out there that people just randomly join in and to get people, but they don't. But none of those people are actually good
Or communicate.
or communicate. Also, I forgot I had turned my volume down to 0 for voice chat.
Yeah.
So I know there was 2 people who were trying to yell at me, and it's like, oh, I can't hear you guys. Hey, you're gonna have to type it out. If you're going to say something because I have and they continue to just chat and I can't hear them. It's like whatever.
Oh well. Had an Octane respawn. The teammate next to me walked back to our boxes, look at mine, and turned around, faced the wall, waited until respawn timed out, then took everything. So they had no intention of being able to bring you back up. That's rude as heck.
Yeah.
Time to destroy the Christmas tree.
I mean, you were supposed to do that over a month ago.
We had no Christmas tree.
I know.
Now I'm just sad.
I don't get the appeal of the Christmas tree. Okay.
It's the smell for me, and being able to look at the lights and the decorations and stuff like that. I'm not saying you have to get it. I'm just explaining what it is for me. But I grew up having a real Christmas tree in the house.
Yeah, so did I.
Which has led us down very different paths.
Yeah, the fact that I acknowledge that Christmas is just another capitalistic holiday. Hey, and if my friends want gifts, they can ask for gifts year round, and not have to wait specifically for Christmas.
I'm not doubting that, just... I mean, already asking for stuff as hard as it is. Balancemas is here, we can make it happen for you. I wish real Christmas trees were not so flammable.
Look,
like, I take good care of, like, real Christmas trees, just... I also know that they are flammable. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
just... Oh, excuse me. I don't know, just the fact that, you know, Christmas for me is just kind of another day of the year.
I get you. I like how I left it there for a second, it just makes a very good rectangle. Why is this buddy blinking? I don't know why that was blinking, but okay. I don't think I pushed any other button. No, it's back to blinking. I don't know why. Hopefully I didn't break the game. What's your deal, buddy? You good now? I wonder if this counts as its own separate thing, or if it's just attached to the main thing. In terms of when it's clean. It's looking a lot cleaner in here, though. Everything actually has colors. It's back to blinking again. Oh, why? Like it because it's the day of the month where everyone is silent for 24 hours after 3 months of aggressive Christmas campaign and music. I don't think it was ever quiet for us, but that's just me. Because I have a large family. Have a good sleep, critic. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Wait. I have no idea why that's blinking. Is there something I pushed? No? Can I use it? No, I can't use it. I don't know why that's blinking. I guess that just lives like that now. pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but for anyone that wasn't here when I've mentioned it, I'm the second eldest of 10 siblings. So, granted, I grew up having 8 siblings, or there were 8 of us, counting myself. So, when I say there was a big family, I do mean it was a big family. Because my father had a sister that had also gotten married and had 4 kids? That sounds about right, yeah. So, anytime we were done with our Christmas stuff, we would go over there. And then it would be all of his family there as well. And they had kids and were married and stuff. So, it was big. It is a lot of siblings. Originally, it was just going to be the 8 of us. But things happened. And now I have a baby brother and sister, technically. They're not like baby, but like they're still young. Like, I'm gonna be old by the time they're probably going to be old enough to be leaving the house or anything like that. Okay. There we go. I don't know why it was blinking like that. I guess I just really wanted to be cleaned. And as it stands with my current siblings, my older sister, being that I'm the second oldest, has 2, no, yes, 2 girls, 1 boy. I was gonna say 3 kids, but it's better listening it that way, I guess. 2 of my younger sisters each have a kid. And that's it, at least for kids right now. Whoops. And while I wasn't the eldest of my siblings, I definitely had to take on the elder sister role. My family has had quite the time when I went through my teenage years, so thank you, Myth. Ultimately, a lot of it is just, I guess, shaped me into who I am today, but also it's like, really didn't want to have to go through some of this shit to be who I am today.
Okay, I'm actually going to go lay down and wait either for my wind to kick in or for me to pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you're pretty tired.
I wish I wasn't so tired so often. It's just becoming a problem.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Not that it's my fault, just...
You just brush my teeth and be a good person.
Huh?
Well, you just brush my teeth and be a good person, actually.
Do you want to take your tablet with you?
Many
Okay.
cool.
Thank you, Meth. I don't feel like it most days. But I know that that's very much a arbitrary standard set about by society, that you have to be a certain way to be considered that. Doesn't mean that my brain still hasn't accepted that as a means of truth for myself. It's far easier to be able to uplift others than it is for myself. But I feel like that's the case with most people. Get this all cleaned up. Nah, I get you. It's hard to be able to implement self-love, especially if you've had the kind of upbringing that did not teach that. I know I definitely had the wrong standards implemented for me in terms of beauty standards. And I don't think she had meant for that to be the case. It just ended up transpiring as being such. It's kind of like how people will call someone beautiful on certain occasions, and usually only certain occasions, which then just kind of leads to the implementation of, so normally I don't look very good, but when I do this, I'm okay. And thus just the mindset of, I only look beautiful when X is applied type of thing. Gotta think for it.
Kiss me on.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It's okay.
Fine, wait.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, yeah.
They go under the couch.
Yeah. Little where?
Let's see. Wait, is that? Oh, there's a run button. I didn't realize it. I was just trying to do that. Oh, well, I guess this would explain. I'll probably set up a poll now that I think about it in Discord to see if people would like a Jackbox day, and if so, see about planning a day for that. Especially for the fact that that would definitely be something where, one, I would want to play with people, and I would need to either see about setting something up or just do along the lines of what Barry does. So I know sometimes my social bubble can deplete quickly depending on what it is I'm doing. Took a bit, but found it eventually. Kind of? Uh, I would imagine it is... How do I explain it? It feels like that would be for partially for a romantic love of sorts, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I know what came to mind for me was specifically family, Especially for the fact that, yeah, I get what you mean. Which is why it's, like, weird, I guess. Like, as an example, my mom really liked us having long hair. And this stemmed from the fact that her mother forced her to have short hair. And she really didn't like that. She wanted to have long hair. But her mother, being who she was, forced her to have short hair. So when she became an adult, she obviously had her hair long. And she has certain triggers that are associated with her long hair, such as who she trusts to be able to cut it, and if she trusts that they're going to only cut the appropriate amount. And even if it's the appropriate amount, it still might induce a trigger because it might seem like too much is being cut off, even though the hair will grow back and what's being cut is just the dead ends. Now, this led to all of us having long hair growing up, which is fine. It's just that it then leads to, when you become old enough, wanting to play with your hair, like change it up, like try different styles. So a lot of us wanted to try short hair after a certain point, especially for the fact that there were times my mother would get frustrated if we weren't properly brushing our hair type of thing and having all the knots, and it's just like, well, maybe we should just cut it then. Which always felt like a threat type of thing. I don't know if she meant it as such, but probably poor choice of words. She wasn't obviously going to tell us, no, we can't have short hair, because she knows how it would feel to have your hair basically be decided for you with how she grew up. But it also meant that when we have short hair, the comments of you being beautiful technically stopped. Whether my mom realized it or not, there then became that association of, I'm beautiful when I have long hair. And because I don't receive those type of compliments when I have short hair, that means I'm not beautiful with having short hair. And she tried changing it up over the years of trying to say that our short hair was beautiful, but she missed us having long hair, which is not much better, honestly. I just don't think she knew how to be able to word it. Especially with her, essentially her trauma behind being able to have long hair. And how that, a lot of that probably stems for how she feels about herself in terms of when she has long or short hair. More of a soft no, never saying no, you can't have short hair, but also never letting someone have the choice to change their hair. She would help with it, but it also never felt encouraged. Which I think in there lies the problem. And I don't think she knew how to encourage it. everything in? No, it did not. Just because she had that negative association of long and short hair from her childhood that she never really came to terms with. And granted, as much as I tried to break that mentality with being an adult and realizing how much of that was most likely not associated with me, it was more of how my mom felt about herself. It still takes a lot to try and reword your mind to be able to be like, nah, it's you're good in your body and that should be it. That should be good. And not having to have that association with it. Hopefully that makes sense. I know my mom has definitely expressed before, not had she realized that what she had was a mental illness and that mental illness gets passed down to children, that she would not have had so many of us. Whether or not like that would have been the case, it it's not, it's kind of a mute point because like we're all here. It's not like that's really going to change unless some sort of life circumstance changes that. But ultimately, trying to disassociate yourself from the what feels like breaking a generational thing. While it's not the same thing as what her mother did, there's still kind of the roots of it, if that makes sense. And having to try and break that is hard. And ultimately, at some point, I would like to have maybe a kid. And if so, I would want to be in a more, like, healthier mindset about myself so that way I could lead by example for whatever kiddo I end up having. Especially just kind of maybe disassociating the compliment being about a personal look and just being about who they are, kind of thing. Yeah, and that's honestly not the only thing in terms of it, so it's just like, ultimately, my mom's parents definitely fucked up in terms of raising her and her brothers. And for better or for worse, that got effectively passed down to them. And they have yet to truly deal with it. So I feel like in some way it's just on me and whatever of my siblings want to try to break it, to be the ones to break it. I know I didn't talk about it a whole heck of a lot, but like, as an example, when I went to go visit my sister and watch her kiddo, she was very adamant, which I'm glad she was, of the fact that her style of parenting is that she's not gonna yell at her kid. She didn't want that. Effectively, it's called gentle parenting, but realistically, it's just like, it shouldn't be normal to yell at your kids anyway, but that's a whole nother topic in itself. So, and I feel like with what she is doing is that she is doing so much to try and break that generational gap with her and her kiddo. And I feel like that's doing quite a bit. There were a lot of tears from my niece when I watched her. I kind of expected that because her mom's not there. Someone new is watching her. Was she probably trying to push some boundaries and seeing what she could get away with? Possibly, but she was also like 4. There's still a lot of processing emotions and trying to understand how to properly process those emotions. And a lot of it was just telling her that it's okay to be sad. And assuring her that, like, get sad too. And just having that be a normal. And having the compliments associated not with physical physique, but other things. Like being able to learn, or if something happens, like, it's okay, mistakes happen, we can clean it up. Like, one of the things my sister does is that anything that is within my niece's range of grab is effectively okay for her to mess with. It doesn't have to be anything kid friendly necessarily. If she would like to see it and touch it and just kind of mess with it a bit, she's alright to mess with it. If it breaks, it was a mistake, and mistakes happen. It is a very nice and supportive environment my sister is making for her daughter. Which definitely feels like she's doing a lot to be able to break that not generational gap. I don't know why that's the word that comes to mind, but the history of sorts. I guess so. Maybe. And granted, this doesn't mean that she by no means never gets frustrated with her daughter. She just has a different way of handling it, where she will just tell her, hey, mommy needs a break. Mommy needs some space. Which I feel like is healthier than just resorting to yelling at a kid that doesn't know how to properly regulate their emotions or handle their emotions, to then have to handle their parent being mad at them. Instead, trying to make it more healthy of, it's okay to take a step back from things. and just kind of wind down and being able to revisit it when you feel calm enough to have that conversation. So I'm real proud of her for being able to do so much in terms of that and look into the actual research that's been done to be able to decide that, hey, this is this is what I see, like, harms, like, the kiddo in their mind state, especially when they become an adult, and being able to decide that I want to be able to do better. Did the music stop? I think the music stopped. Yep, we officially got to the end of the playlist. Let's see. What should she put on? Well, that's not how you spell that, but okay. Let's see. I need to rewind this, but you listen to this. No, wow. Apparently, from what I'm finding out, is that Klonoa was meant to be a Sonic clone of sorts. It was probably during the time where everyone was trying to find their ideal mascot to rival Mario Sonic. Granted, I'm real glad they're bringing it back in a remaster so we can all enjoy it. And I know that when it comes out, it's probably not going to be some people's jam, and that is a-okay. It won't hinder the fact that I will still enjoy it. Especially for the fact that I haven't gotten to play the first one. I would definitely like to go through the first one. Many Hidden Gems is coming back. Wait, is that the name of the game? Or you mean in terms of Klonoa being a hidden gem and now it's coming back, like others? Just obscure beloved games getting remastered reports. That is valid. I'm real glad Klonoa is getting that treatment. Honestly, I wasn't sure if it was going to, and I was mentally preparing for whenever I want to go through it again. that I would just have to see about acquiring some original copies to go through it. Did I not get all this? Maybe. Or maybe it's just still drying. I'm trying to think of what else, like, was obscure that hasn't gotten a port yet, and I'm drawing a blank, honestly. Because Ty the Tasmanian Tiger definitely got a remastered, and I definitely want to play that. Because that is... It has some very silly voice acting in it. The first one attempts to have a story, and you don't know what the story is. It tries to pull the twist of the story that you didn't even realize it was having because it didn't tell you. How it managed to get more games, I don't know. I didn't mean to jump that high. Hippo Linda? I don't know if I know that one. I'll Google it in just a sec. Let me finish this and then we can explore what Hippo Linda is. Also known as Stretch Panic. Okay. I think I still own a copy of that. I intended to play it and I just haven't. Granted, I think it's still back in Oregon with the rest of my stuff. Which I think at some point my parents are actually gonna start sending me stuff again because the place they're at might be getting put up for sale and they'd have to find a new place to live anyway. So I might be getting my stuff here. Sorry, that probably shouldn't have been a whisper. I'm just I just want my shit back. I have so many amiibos and I would just like them back. I have so many art supplies that I do not know the state of because of how long they've been sitting, not being used. So I'm gonna have to see if shit's dried out as well. Oh no, it's 99% clean but still dirty. Oh, okay. Granted, that's not all of it, but... Oh, I wish. The majority of my art supplies, which this half's gonna be fine, like just normal pencils and the lead for mechanical pencils, those will be fine. Those really don't have a shelf life. The things that will have a shelf life is the inks. Like, I have ink pens that are technically single use, but they last a really long time. Where the heck? if they don't get used for a while, they get dried out and funky. Granted, I lay them on their side, so it's not like they would get super duper dried out real quick. Cargo net slide and stool? I thought I already got the cargo. I guess not. Guess not enough of it. There was also some actual like containers of loose ink for the quill that I dip ink into. Whether or not that's still good is debatable. I am assuming that's kind of long gone. I have a lot of art prints from like friends and stuff, and I'm worried about that making the trip okay. I have family photos that I would like to ideally have up in the house, because I only have one photo. But it's only one. It's not like it's a newer one anyway. It's neat that it shows the little person going all the way through. Well, that's clean at least. Oh good, there are more things. Clean the detached house. Oh god. So a majority of my stuff will probably still be okay. There's just going to be a handful of things that are just not going to be okay. And I'm going to have to test them all out. So I think before I start another one, I'm going to take this chance to get up, go to the bathroom, stretch. I will leave this here. I guess we'll just slap this here, and I will be right back. I'm back. Also, thank you again, Shadow, for 10 months. It makes me realize that, technically, the year badge is going to fall the day after my birthday. Affiliaversary wouldn't be until, May? Which is not bad, anyways. Oh, I thought it was still loading. I was trying to be patient. I should probably actually take this off now. There we go. Also thinking about it, I do need to ask my parents if they're in need of the storage unit that's under my name. Because I've been paying for it, and I had meant to get that out of my name before I left, and that ended up not happening. And I would really like to stop paying for it at this point. I like that there are little feet prints there. I don't remember if I mentioned it already, but I probably did, at least in some half context. Friday, the Yeti is going to be doing a side quest, which is something I've been taking a part in graphics quest-wise. I haven't streamed it yet, but for Friday, I imagine that I'll probably be able to stream my side of things. Might be a little weird, but I'm sure it'd be fine. Hey, hero. Just got done finished cleaning a huge park. I'm honestly half tempted to see if sorry, I had a sneeze coming on and I just wanted to pause it, or at least mute the mic so that way I wasn't sneezing in everybody's ear. Nice. I will eventually get into playing through and beating Kingdom Hearts 3 once I get through all the rest of them. So, you know, it might be this year, it might not be. Figure things out. Yeah, that is also a possibility. Which Which is fine, because I know I still have Mass Effect 3 to finish up. I was just hoping to kind of get some of the games I had started a little bit more out of the way, like finish them up before having too many games. And it doesn't have to be all of the games. I would just like it to be back to where I had it before, where I only really had 2 games going at a time. Bumper. I did the bumper. There's nothing here. Unless it means, like, front bumper. I get you. I always kind of just figured that was probably because of having to work on other games and also have it do the schedule in itself versus what I'm able to do at times, which is just go through them. Steering column. Oh, I see. Literally just had to bop it. Say 3 to be fair, since Apex probably doesn't count. Apex I don't feel like counts, because that's just kind of a ongoing funsies thing. And I like having Apex as kind of an opener to streams where I could just do dailies and just get those out of the way. And have fun with those and then move over to a different game like I was before. Part of me wonders if maybe my computer was not capping the frame rates, and maybe that's why it started getting chunky for me. So part of me is honestly kind of tempted to just at some point give some Apex matches a try on my computer and see if I notice a difference. That really shouldn't be actually the first thing that you tell me. Where is this creepy sign? Might notice the odd, super creepy sign on the outside of the house. It's nothing to worry about. According to Jenny's research, they're written in... What? The ancient... Excuse me? The ancient language of the angels? Should I even be doing this job? I've only been half paying attention to the text messages. At least in the sense where I give them kind of like a quick skim. Oh, like more cat prints. Is this what they're talking about? It either looks like a face that's like laying on its side, or it's kind of the hangman thing going on, which either way is not great. Where are the rest of these words? Haven't I done a house like this already? Oh, there's another one. Huh. Yeah, I'm not reaching that. I keep thinking it's E. Ah, jeez. Nope. Using the dance template, it would be at least 55-hour stream for Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and Chain. And I imagine after doing the first one in Proud Mode, I'm probably not going to do the others in Proud Mode. Just because 1 is the one I've played the most. And no grinding. Oof. Normally I don't do really grinding in Kingdom Hearts, but also I've only done Proud Mode a few times, so. He cuts the grinding. Yeah, with the magic of video editing. Which is fair. That is true. Secret endings would have to have me fighting much harder bosses than the normal baseline bosses. Which some of them can be tricky by themselves anyway. To be fair, I don't know if I've ever gotten the ultimate weapon. I think I've always just kind of started over. I'm definitely not going for 100% with them. That would probably take a while. Rotate. I know I got the secret ending for Kingdom Hearts 1 and I believe I did 2? I could be wrong though. I'm fairly certain I did not get the secret ending for Chain of Memories. Can get you part of the secret ending. I forgot about that part, honestly. Whoopsies. There's no secret ending for Chain. Okay. And that's probably why I did not ever get one. To be fair, I don't remember actually looking if there was a secret ending. I just kind of assumed that they all do. To some extent. Let's see. I know I plan to beat Bloodborne sooner than not. I would like to think it just has maybe one more stream's worth. But it also kind of depends on how long that stream is, for one. And also, however long it takes. Resident Evil 4, I believe, has one more stream's worth in it. I just know that I would have now forgotten my buttons. So there's going to be a lot of death in the beginning when I go back to that. Spirit Fair, I still intend on finishing. Because I was enjoying that. And I actually was considering playing today, but I figured maybe the topics that it would have might be too heavy for the kind of day that it is, so I figured this would work out. Because of how things have been with Apcarnus's job, I imagine we're probably not going to get to getting the car loser for quite some time. True. I feel like I would like to finish it though. I wanted to see where the story went with it. So, I wasn't necessarily having a bad time with it. I just know that the conversation topics that we hit on last time would probably lead to some heavier topics as a way forward. And it was something we just wanted to both be mentally prepared for. I get you. I kind of wanted to be able to give it that, like, space to let it be that kind of game, I guess. Like, I don't want to not stream a game just because it has heavier topics. I would want to be able to give it that space to be able to explore it. Granted, so long, depending on the topic, it's not like I'm gonna humor someone trying to make the argument that this game is all about how we shouldn't, like, support other people and care about other people. Like, nothing like that. I have thought about seeing if he would want to progress further on the save file that he had and be able to see if it was something that he wanted to continue as something on stream. Because originally he had started playing it, and it was something I wanted to be able to bring to stream, and I would still like to. I figured having him maybe play through it at some point, finishing it up, because we were at the halfway point from what he was saying, and seeing if he feels like it would be something good for the rest of the stream, or if maybe it's something that he wants to play on his end and maybe I just finish playing it on my end. And there's more marks on here. Wonder what these are meant to say. This is making this house super creepy though. And nothing's technically stopping me from starting more games and not finishing up the games that I've started. It's just more I want to. I don't want to have too many games going at once. I'm already a very indecisive person at times when it comes to just basic things. So, trying to just decide from maybe like a larger range of games that I have going on can probably just lead to more of the indecisiveness. And that's just how I function. If anything, I know the main thing that I'm trying to push myself to do more this year is just to put more of my art out there. Which I feel like I'm doing a little bit better at. I could be wrong. But I'm still trying. And still gonna work towards trying to be better about that. I know one of the things that we had talked about doing, mostly because the new Kirby's gonna be coming out, is that I haven't really played the other Kirby games. Not really. And we thought about just going through and co-oping some of them. Doesn't have to be all of them. I guess there were just very specific ones he thinks I would like. And I know that the new Kirby game is something that we would like to be able to co-op together, even though it looks like the new Kirby's game is going to be a little cursed with Kirby. Oh god, another mark. I think he was recommending that one too. I'm not sure if there would be any way of streaming that, but I think it was what he was looking for that one. In order to do it co-op, I think we would both have to have a copy. So we might, with it being a DS game, maybe the DS things for super legal DS things are possibly a little bit easier to stream. Not like the super legit 3DSs. So, if not, I know there are some Kirby games on the online thing that Switch Online service thingy. They definitely have some Kirby games. You can always have some fun with those. Yeah, exactly. Maybe in spare time. Especially for the fact that I don't know how that game would function as a thing, so... I probably just realistically should put together a list of games that I want to play and just maybe see what people would be interested in me doing next. Because I definitely want to be able to do Metroid Dread. I haven't finished that yet. Or I haven't even started it. I don't know why I didn't say said finish. I would like to play through that at some point. Fcarnis has already finished it. That could also be something I just play offline, too. I plan to play, Skyward Sword offline, just because I know that can be a long game. And I know some people can get super heated sometimes when it comes to talks with it. And that could just be an offline game for me, because I haven't actually finished it. I played some of the Wii one, and I just never got a chance to finish it. I wasn't having fundamentally a bad time with it. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but I also feel like it's not the worst Zelda game. Oh, don't tell me I have to, like... Really? You're not gonna count as clean until all of your black gunk is gone? You know what? Will this help? Maybe. Not as much as I would have hoped. Is there... Is there better... That is owned. That is owned. That's a lot of money. That is also a lot of money. Wait, so do I have this equipped, actually? Hmm. Used for cleaning liquid to rapidly cut away all dirt. Okay. I get the feeling I'm not using the right thing because mine's is still blue, so... How do I put this on? Put the other one on, I should say. Let's see. Maybe control tells me. Toggle water. How am I supposed to use the one? Oh, E. Is this the answer? This is the answer. I just needed a better nozzle. Since the other one has more tips, is all. Good thing I'm finding this out now and not while I'm halfway through cleaning this wood. Fundamentally, they're just a lot of games, and it feels like not enough time to be able to play all the ones that I want. Maybe you should think about the fact that you're in a haunted house, technically. God, and eventually Bayonetta 3 is gonna come out. I don't want to play that. I want to play Splatoon when that comes out. Man, I just remember when I used to have to just play the same game over and over until something else came out that was moderately interesting and we had a console for. And also had the money for. This is much more efficient than the other one. I just don't have as many nozzles for it. Wonder how much this other one would have gone faster had I just used this nozzle instead. At least it's looking better. I'm also now realizing that it's 9 minutes to 9, which means it would no longer be Valentine's Day. I wonder how quick the CVS would change over all of the chocolates in there to discount chocolate. Probably 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. shift. That sounds about right. I wouldn't know for sure because I've never had to rotate those kinds of things. I've just mostly done restaurant work. The only semi-retail stuff that I've done was just been phone customer service, and the website was updated. It was never something I had to update. That's where you do it, Mitchell's. That makes sense. Or Michael's. It is a good art store. At least I like the art store a lot. You hate it? Oh. Did they treat their employees badly? Or is it just like, eh? Ah, beans. Why can't they just treat their... Why can't anyone just treat their employees nicely? What's so hard about that? It feels like it should be nothing, but apparently it's everything. People got hired at a higher income rather than giving raises to the existing ones. Try to steal your lunch breaks? No! Why would they do that? I know why they do that. Just, that's rude. And also, I feel like illegal. I feel, because in Oregon that was illegal. And there were still people that tried to get away with that shit. It's called wage theft. Yeah. I guess a friend at the time, because I wouldn't consider us friends anymore, used to work at a GameStop. And they did that to her. #1 theft in America. I'm not surprised, but also disappointed. It's not necessarily wage theft, but it makes me think of the story that I read just recently about the fact that a girl had, I'm pretty sure it was a girl, it could have been a different gender person, it just sounded like it might have been a girl based on what their fears were, but I could be wrong. They worked at one of the McDonald's that was inside of a Walmart, and when they went to go leave for their after everything had shut down and whatnot, the metal gates that they used to be able to lock it in would not open. It had gotten jarred somehow, and none of the Walmart employees that tried to help were able to get it open. They tried calling their boss, and their boss basically told them to wait until morning for them to figure it out, because there was no emergency exit for them to leave through. They were stuck in there. And they took to Reddit because they're just like, can I get can I still get paid for the fact that I'm locked in here and can't leave? and I'm being kept in here, uh, people were suggesting that, like, call the fire department because you're stuck in there. You shouldn't be. And, they had tried also talking to the boss of, or the manager of the Walmart, and they weren't able to do anything. All they could do was talk to the boss of the the McDonald's, and they tried calling them again, and they're just like, "Hey, I need out. If I can't get out, I need to call the fire department to, like, let me out." Because that's what people on the internet were suggesting. It's like, you need someone to get you out. You should probably call 911 and, like, have them come get you out. They were telling them how they would fix it in the morning. They were not to call the fire department because they would ruin the door. And basically was trying to order them, don't call the fire department to get you out. We'll fix it in the morning. So, of course, that's bullshit. So they call 911 to be able to get a fire department person to come over. And the fire department gives the boss a call, letting them know, hey, we're here. If you can't fix this tonight, we're busting this door to get them out of here. Because they're fundamentally locked in there. And we're not doing this. The boss came down, tried to find a solution. Luckily, a few fire people for the fire department, I'm spacing on the name, stayed in case it was not going to be a speedy thing. Like, if their solution was going to take till morning, they were just going to bust the door open. So they wanted to make sure some people were there to be able to take care of it. Because the fire marshal was very upset that there was no emergency escape in this fast food restaurant for situations like this. They were last said that they were worried about getting fired for having called the police department because they weren't sure if they did get fired, if that would basically be wrongful termination for the fact that they called the police department because they were literally locked in there. And I imagine they might try to fire them. I don't know. I tried peeking in to see if there was an update to it. All I know is that the end result was that they got out safely. Because the result was that they were going to basically call a key man to be able to come take a look, figure out what was wrong with the door. But again, that's till morning. No key person was up at the time that they were trying to settle it because most of those places closed fairly early in the business day. So they busted the door open and they did end up getting him out. But again, for the fact that the fire marshal is now aware that there is no emergency exit there, they're probably going to get a lot of flack. Especially that could have very easily turned into a medical emergency. What if they had gotten hurt? What if something had actually happened to them? And it's bullshit like that that just makes me mad. Because it's just like, you should want to care about other people. If someone is calling you and being like, hey, I'm locked in here, why is your first response, just wait until morning. It's fine. We'll fix it in the morning. Like, they have a life just like you do. Lack of empathy, yeah. Still makes me mad, though, because where's your empathy level that you can't even try to resolve it to get them home? Instead, your solution is to have them wait all night. Hopefully they didn't get fired, but if they did, hopefully it's something that can be followed through with. I'll probably peek back in the story a little bit later, but at the very least they got out safely. Definitely because the fire department was just like, no, we're not leaving until this person's out. In a timely fashion, no less. Not this wait until morning bullshit. Me too. Did music stop? I think music stopped. Yeah, music stopped. Let's listen to it again. It's fine. Um, actually, I think I should have. Did I save it of sorts? It wasn't that long ago that I saw it. I want to say it might have been yesterday, actually. Hmm. I guess I didn't save it. You know what? I have an alternate solution. Red is 2Ds. Let's see. That is where I was reading it. Originally it was sought through a Twitter post, which I apparently did not save. But that's fine. That is the story fully. Still, it's just it shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard to care about other people. It's making me realize I've gone everywhere today. We've talked about just everything. You know what? Just everything. Apparently it was not as empty as I thought. This was more of a let's be mad about social contexts that are not okay. Brainless mode goes all over the place. That's fair. That's probably what it is. Brain is just so empty that it's just like, we're doing the looping car everywhere. Don't worry about it. I also still need to research how I should be doing my taxes moving forward. Taxes are always just so blah. And they're usually taken out for me. And I'm fairly certain with these kinds of things, I need to be the responsible person with yeeting the money, the tax money at the places that it needs to go. And I'll need to figure that out. Especially for the upcoming year. as a side note, I also was trying to go through and delete my emails because my inbox is almost at capacity, so it's either at the point where I need to buy more storage or just delete a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm trying my best to delete a whole bunch of stuff. And I have a lot of emails in my promotions folder. The oldest emails that I was finding were from back in 2012. So I just have not been deleting emails. I have not been cleaning that shit. I have not been cleaning that shit up. And my iPad is connected to my emails now and lets me know how many emails are in there, which I'm pretty sure gave Apprentice small bits of anxiety with seeing how much emails were not opened. And I'm trying really hard to delete them. I spent like an hour and a half trying to do a decent chunk of email deletion last night, and it didn't feel like I really did a whole heck of a lot. Granted, it probably just doesn't look like it because it's still giving me the warning of like, hey, you're getting full. You got an email, it's just a lost cause. I can't necessarily deem this one a lost cause because it's my main email. I kind of need it. I've made a separate email for just any sort of businessy inquiries. But other than that, I really should hold on to my main email. You know, you're in a haunted house. I don't know what you want me to tell you. You're in a haunted house. And you're trying to ignore the fact that you're in a haunted house, and I can't help you there. I need to move this. I need to relocate this. Come in. Can I have? There we go. Lost Cause has over 12,000 emails. I got a professional email I keep care of. So, right, Harma. My promotions folder that I was going through and trying to delete emails because I have to go through them because sometimes any order emails go in there and I don't know if I'm gonna need them fundamentally for anything, so I'm still, for me, I would rather just keep any order confirmation emails. You never know. Last night my goal was to bring the promotions folder, just a promotions folder, because Google will let me sort it out with that kind of thing. I got it under 40,000, which means there's still over 39,000 emails to go through and delete in just the promotions folder alone. The oldest email I found in there was 2012. Yeah. I've made mistakes. Mistakes in the form of not keeping up with this sooner. It's also very weird, like, trip down memory lane of sorts, because there were artists that I would get emails from Oh, well, I guess I fell off the roof. And they stopped doing their whole newsletter thing. So it's just like, well, that used to be a thing, I guess. No wonder I didn't never got anything more from them. They just straight up stopped doing it. And granted, this is not counting anything that's been listed as important in the primary folder. Nothing that is in the update folder. So I still have a lot of emails to go through. Do I have regrets? Yes. It's probably going to take me chunking away at it. Possibly till the end of the year. It depends on how much time I end up devoting to it. Especially for the fact that... No, you're fine. Like, this is why I gave him anxiety, because it showed over 50,000 emails in my email on my iPad, and Ambrose was just like, you need to delete some emails. It also made me realize that I've been following the Yeti since 2012. And I've been telling myself, I guess for 10 years, that I'm eventually going to make a submission and submit it to the Yeti. So I think this has to be the year of like, okay, well, I guess 10 years later, submit something for the Yeti. Submit my artwork for the Yeti after 10 whole years. In worst case scenario, it ends up just being another portfolio piece. I'll put it next to the Apex one, and it'll be fine. This is the year of trying to make sure a portfolio's together anyway. Just one thing at a time. I used to get promotion emails from ThinkGeek. They were a thing before GameStop bought them out. And then it just became the merch side of GameStop. I still have my bag of holding that I bought from that website. The strap technically broke on it, but, you know, maybe I can fix it in some capacity. Right now, my fix is the fact that I had a sling for one of the soft suitcases, and I wasn't using it. I was using the handle, so I basically slapped that on because it broke on me as I had gotten off the plane for New York and had made it to my destination. So I'm walking down one of the like long aisles that you go through when you leave the plane, and I feel it kind of crack, and it's just like, you're gonna break, aren't you? I dragged you all the way to New York, and you're gonna break on me, aren't you? And sure enough, it broke. It's just like, well, I have this. Guess we're slinging this on. God, what else? What else did I see that was just like, oh, that's a thing? I found out I still had an account for this workflow thing that I had gotten the account for from the recommendation of a friend. It was to help better organize like projects and shit, and I wanted to be able to better organize my art process. I had lost the link to the website and they stopped sending me emails, and I thought I was just like, well, I don't remember the name of that website, so I guess that's lost to the abyss. Nope, it was just dug so deep into my emails that I just never bothered to look. I didn't have a whole heck of a lot on there because I definitely logged in and I looked, and it's just like, well, there's not a whole heck of a lot here, but I guess, you know what, I could probably just start using this to keep track of what shit I need to be working on for the rest of the year. See if that helps any with keeping track of shit. Yeah, who knows? Honestly, I would have older emails, because this isn't my first email that I've had. It's just the other emails are lost to time because they ended up forcing the authenticator for phones, and the phone number that I had attached um to some of my emails is just not there. I don't own it anymore, so, and because it was from a pay-as-you-go phone at the time, it's gone. It's lost. It's lost to the abyss. And there's no way that I would be able to remember my security questions because fucking teenage me thought I would be a smartass and answer the question by not answering the question. Like, what's your hometown? It's just like, you don't fucking need to know. And it would accept it type of thing because I filled it in. But now smartass teenage me has set up a poorly designed system for adult me to ever have access to those again. So it's just gone. It was like I'm not giving that to you, or you don't need to know that type of thing. Yeah, bit of a butt. Yes, I understand. You're being leery of giving information on the internet, but also, this has screwed over adult me that would very much like to have access to those old emails, but cannot because I don't remember the specific wording teenage me used. And it's not like I ever wrote it down. So now, adult me is definitely a little paranoid with making sure that I remain consistent with my answers. I, part of me doesn't know what teenage me was thinking would happen, but honestly, they never really enforced those, and I probably figured I'm never gonna forget my password, so I won't ever need this. And because I also set up the... Sometimes it would be like, you want the recovery to go to a phone number or an email address. Some of them do have email addresses that are attached to also wanting some sort of verification through phone number because I attached the phone number to those accounts. So I created a loop of, I can never get back into these accounts ever again. Oh man, and that also reminds me, like, they never used to send verification emails whenever you would go to create an account for anything. They would just accept whatever email you've given it and just roll with it. Because when I originally set up my Facebook account long ass time ago, I didn't have the email for it. I was told that my parents did. Like, my mom had told me what the email was. So I had put it in there and it had accepted it. And the thing is that I tried creating an email from it because I had forgotten my password once and I needed a reset password, and it's just like, it couldn't send it. So I tried creating the account under the email address I've been using as the email address for my Facebook, and it let me create it. And it still let me send a reset password over to it to get in. And when I talked with my mom about it later, she's like, we've never had an email address like that. And it's just like, okay. So I don't know whatever happened to that email address, but like, my mom was the one that gave it to me. And it just apparently never checked for it. Oh, I wanted to get rid of that chunk. Oh well. That is great. I saw that pose design going around. I was just like, shoot, who would it go with? The only person I had thought about it is just like, you know what? Seer would probably look good in it. I'm right about Seer looking good in it. Did you get your second wind?
No, I fell asleep. I would say there's a difference, because second wind implies you know.
Yes, there is a difference. Second wind implies that you stayed awake.
Yeah.
It's 100% Volk outfit for you. Yeah, it is very good. Here, I'll show you.
Sure.
It came from someone the other day. Where is that?
Your legs are interesting.
Listen, don't worry about it. Came from this.
Sure.
It's very good. But no, I agree. If you've fallen asleep, that's not a second wind. That's just you getting a nap in. Honestly, I'm surprised you're up then.
Yeah. I basically put the float line goes up, and when the video finished, I woke up.
Gotcha.
Well, basically, I woke up around the start of the last chapter, where Danielson is just recapping the entire argument of the past 2 hours and whatnot.
Gotcha. I still need to finish watching that. Assuming it's the one I think it is.
Yes, it is. I I randomly put, video essay. I just randomly put various video essays up as,
Background noise.
yeah.
No, I get you. I've done that too. Mostly with streams lately. Like being able to put Doig Swift in the background.
Yeah.
Which I did the thing that I said I was going to do a while ago. And I reached out to him asking if it would still be okay to join their Discord. And they said yes. Everyone's been sweet in there. I was worried that maybe I was the only one that remembered, and that maybe it would be a no. And in which case would also be fine. It would just mean waiting.
I halfway missed that sentence because I'm still kind of.
No, you're fine.
I missed like the back half of that sentence. The last thing I heard was Douglas. I didn't hear what you were talking about when it came to.
Oh, that I put background like streams, and then led to the fact that I did the thing I said I was going to do, and that was reaching out to him asking if it was still okay to join the Discord.
Oh.
Which I was worried that maybe I was the only one that remembered. Only one that remembered, and that maybe it might still be a bit for them to say yes.
Eh. Well, either they didn't remember or don't remember the conversation, just think to a cool person in general. Either way, you gotta shut the fuck up.
Rude.
It's not Valentine's Day anymore. That means clearly I can curse you out.
You cursed me out yesterday too, so
I
clearly the day didn't matter.
I know, I'm just giving you shit.
Also, it means that soon TM discount chocolates will be available. Probably at the local CVS. You're so ready. What do you normally get, Myth? Is this a face? Oh, I accidentally wiped away some of the face. Whoops. My thing was too strong, and I accidentally wiped away some of the face. That's a good question. That's fair. Cheap chocolate day is almost upon us. Technically, it's not Thanksgiving for us anymore. Or not Thanksgiving. Not Valentine's Day anymore for us. So in theory, it would be discount chocolate day, but it's probably not until a few hours from now when they switch it all over, like Hero was saying. That have sweet fruit filling? Really? They're good. They're just not my first go-to. Good night. Do I have to bring the stool up on here? Okay, no, I don't. As a kid, it was Smarties and those chalky heart box candy hearts. I know which ones you're talking about. Smarties are good. I still enjoy the candy hearts. But being able to just get yourself an assorted box of chocolates makes me feel like, yes, I've reached adulthood where I can freely choose to just get a random box of chocolate for myself for no real reason. Are those candy hearts the Valentine equivalent of candy corn? I don't think so. I feel like people have a lot more fond memories of the candy hearts than the candy corn. But honestly, I could be wrong. I've never heard of chocolate Smarties. What are chocolate Smarties? Is it just Smarties covered in chocolate? Or is it just chocolate that's in the shape of a Smartie? I'm intrigued. Anything fascinating in the news?
Not really.
Probably for the best. Gives us at least a day to brief. Like thin M&Ms. That sounds vaguely familiar. I wonder if I've ever tried them then. Either that or I'm thinking of like the minty chocolates, which are kind of thin but have like the minty inner part, which could very well be the case. Why does someone need their roof done? It's just gonna rain on it again. I guess it would probably be a little bit for making sure that moss is not growing up in here.
Yes, and also appearances for resale value.
Probably. That too. Especially for the fact that this house has angelic writing on it. Which I was told not to worry about it. Get kinder bars over here, not the weird shelf apple pudding. Have you... Wait, you all don't have that over there? I figured that would be... That was just something that came to the US now, and it was just something we all had. Assuming we're talking about the same ones. to take a look at a photo then, because I feel like I've seen it at stores. I've seen it at stores even when I was back in Oregon. Not that I don't believe you, I'm just confused. Because I thought it was just a normal thing that we just had now. Whoops. Okay, there we go. I know my original first experience with one of those was that I had participated in a company's the company I was contracted to work for, their Secret Santa thing, and it was a group thing between the people that were contracted and the people that worked directly for the company. It was only for this particular department that I was a part of, and we got to be able to draw names and send out gifts through the mail for Secret Santa stuffs and whatnot. And obviously you had to give your physical address out, or an address you can send stuff to. So if you weren't okay with it, like, no one was gonna force you to participate in it or anything like that. The person I got technically originated from Germany and had given me goodies from Germany, and that was one of them, and I really liked it. At least I'm pretty sure it was Germany. I could always double check. So I'm pretty sure I still have the postcard technically. Either that or that's still back in Oregon. Usually whenever they did a Secret Santa thing, it was only internal for the company that handled the contracts in the building that we used for being able to come into work and whatnot. So it was nice being able to be included in the company we were contracted for with it. reminds me. I technically got a hoodie for the last company contract thing that I was a part of. I think I gave it to my mom. Because I was just super salty with just like, I don't even know if I want this hoodie. It was a nice hoodie. It was soft. It was just like, I don't know if I really want to wear your brand out into the world. I still have that roof to do too. What if I just mess up the entire thing and it counts it as clean? Yep. Cool. This doesn't look ominous at all. Apparently it's Italy and not Germany. Oh! That makes sense. I thought it was Germany too, to be fair. I wonder if just Germany gets a lot of them too? Maybe? Whoops. Actually, I wonder if there's like... I have $1,000 now. That's a spinning nozzle. I'm not gonna do that. Let's see, because I do have the urban. And the spinning nozzle is here, but apparently I own it? Huh. I guess I bought it at some point. And there's a soap nozzle. There isn't a whole lot to buy for this urban. Oh well. Because I already have this. Yep, apparently I already have the little spinny dude. So, does that mean that I can... Oh no, I can wipe away the marks. I can wipe away the drawings. I guess I'm not supposed to leave them, huh? Apparently I had a wider nozzle for this. Yeah, a lot of the wood is just... needing that extra clean. kind of makes it look like the wood is starting to rot, not necessarily that it's just dirty, which is concerning. Nice. Do all your alerts still work? I'm not sure if they're still attached to Streamlabs. You might be able to do a test notification. At least I would think so. But a lot of my test notifications that I do are purely attached to stream elements. I don't imagine Moobot would be point though. Moobot wasn't attached to Streamlabs that I'm aware of. I was just thinking more so of like the milkman type of thing. I don't know how many you had set up originally. I could be wrong. I don't believe Moobot is attached to Streamlabs. I guess I could check. Is there a huge ass changelog? I'm not seeing anything on here, but okay, I guess I could do a deeper dive. All I'm seeing are guides that allow you to attach it to Streamlabs, but it seems like it's fundamentally its own separate thing from Streamlabs. Again, that's just with a quick search, so I could be wrong. The only other bot I know had voiced and is doing the NFT stuff was the Me9 or Me6. I think it's Me6 bot. Yeah. Okay, so I was right. It was 6. My dyslexia gets the better of me some days. You almost sold your soul to NFTs. Glad you didn't. That is fair. And I know some people are, uh, I know there's some people that have made money off of it. Like some legit artists that would have made money off of it. And I just, there's nothing wrong with wanting to make money off of your art. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I just, from everything I've seen, no good could come of this. It feels like it's just leading people into just even be more of a money laundering scam. It does. It doesn't help either that people have been trying to create the whole bots and stuff. Um, I hadn't posted a whole lot to Instagram in a hot minute, and I know with the last couple of posts I've done, such as the Apex one and the most recent one I did for Upcarnus, it seemed like there was a bot commenting on it, and they were tagging someone, and it's just like, what is this? And at least taking a look at the most recent one, I should take a look at the other one as well to see if that was also the case. The account that they were tagging was a place wanting to promote your art.
Surprise!
And
I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Court. Hi, Bubbles. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream?
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Seems like everything is working properly. OBS and Stream Elements had done an update today, so I wasn't sure if everything was working properly. Like to speak to the manager. He was here, but he is asleep now. I think he went back to bed at least. Nah, you're all good. I forget raid messages all the time. I'm just like, we'll just go raid this person. Okay, bye. And later being like, dang, should I have done a raid message? Because I completely forgot. Coming up to a year on doing this, and I forget raid messages. I hope stream was a good time. And also, I'm officially in the 15th, which means soon discount chocolates. Figure just do a nice chill stream, which has led to a lot of more heavier topics, so it has been very interesting on this end. we go. We're also listening to Donkey Kong country music. As a note, I realize I should probably say that it's not normally the music in the game. I just decided to put my own wants of music forward. I still need to get there. Can I... Can't run with the ladder. Whoops. Let's put it here first, and then... This ladder's very finicky. There we go. This house has also had apparently some very questionable origins with all of the markings that I've been finding on it. No. There we go. Angels have written on the house, apparently. So I don't know if I'm just cleaning this up for an angel, or if we're just fixing it up for the sake of fixing it up. I guess we will find out soon. Or never. I'm just here to clean. Oh, well, I guess that's clean then. Is there anything? Yep, there sure is. This is a very specific place to still have dirt. Apparently if you go too far up when you're close to an edge, it will just stop. Oh, there's still some on the roof too. Beans. Come on. There we go. Let's see. There we go.
Wait, there was still something there. What's still over here? Have a good night, Bray Herma. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. I imagine I will go sometime tomorrow to see if I can get some discount chocolate. Whoops. Oh, there's still the edging under there too, beans. No problem. Where is it? Where is it? This feels like such a specific place to still have dirt. Still not clean, huh? This is being so particular. Does it attach this whole thing? Maybe. Well, I guess, yeah, there's still some here, but... Whoops. Still a bit there. There we go. Might as well just let this go kind of wild. Oh, this is the entire front of this. Oh, and I guess this entire side of the house that I've apparently not touched at all. Whoops. Definitely didn't forget about that. Never. Where? There we go. I figured I just had basically the porch left. But not quite. I wonder if that mark will disappear if I've fully cleaned this. No. Have to take it slow up the ladder, otherwise I just fall off. I think the music stopped again. Let's see. What should I put on? Hmm. You know what? Sure. It's a 10-hour mix. I'm not gonna go for 10 hours, but, you know, it covers the basis. What? It's been on my brain. I just forgot the name of it. Which is silly because how could I forget this name? But also, brain head empty. I enjoy just being able to have a song that I like and just leave that on repeat for a very long time. My current capital in Civ 6 is Dr. Knuckles the Doctor. Is there enough doctors here? I feel like the Sonic games get a lot of shit for things. I don't know if it's just because people think it's hip or something to dunk on the Sonic games. Yeah, they're not perfect, but like, there's been a lot of them that have been fun. But I guess my gauge of whether or not I like a game is whether or not I had fun with it. Not that I can't be hypercritical of games, it's just I do not have very much fun when I'm just super hypercritical of everything. Is it just the sidewalk? No. I feel bad because I want to keep these paw prints, but I know I can't. I'm probably not going anywhere tonight. I just realized it's 17 degrees outside. Okay, so what am I missing? Is it somewhere back here? There we go. I wish it was at the point where, hey, but I was gonna say I wish I was at the point where I could just have the answers for what still needs to be done. There it is. Okay. A gutter, 13 wood chip. And which gutter is it? Is it this one? Is this the gutter? I probably need the ladder. Oh, come on. I guess I just never got inside this at all. How about... There we go. Okay, so that's the gutter. 2 of the driveway edges? Oh, I guess I never finished getting these. One of these ones? Yeah, tab shows how much dirt there is. It's just, everything's just so minimal on dirt. Trying to find it is what's tripping me up. It wouldn't be that. No, it wouldn't. Thing is that I guess it must be these because there was some orange that showed up over here, so where is it? I thought it would be this, but I guess because I saw some orange blotches, but it's not showing up. underneath. Okay. For the fact that it says, like, the trim, it doesn't make it seem like it would be underneath it, but I guess just all of these trims? Yeah, I guess just all of these trims. I thought it was grabbing those when I was getting the stone underneath it. Is there enough? That counts, that counts. This one's not clean. But now it is. Is it connected to this? I guess so. I really thought it was grabbing this when I was doing the stone earlier. And now I'm missing just one. I don't know if it's the one above. I think that was part of it, but let me check. No, but it might be one of these ones. No. Is it one of these ones? At this point, I guess I just start spraying because I am not seeing it. And I'm still doing tab to try and look. It's just not bringing. I'm not seeing any sort of highlight, which means it's just barely on there. I'm fairly certain I got this. Really? There we go. Screech from the attic, so I opened the latch and something floosh past my... What? No, finish that. Finish that sentence. With that kind of comment, I feel like I've unleashed some sort of cryptoid upon the world. House looks amazing, almost normal. You know what is strange though? As you were finishing, there was a screech from the attic, so I opened the latch and something whooshed past my face, followed by a grubby gray feather floating mysteriously down. I think it was Esther's soul leaving? Finally at peace? That doesn't sound like a soul leaving the place. It sounds like we've unleashed some sort of eldritch god upon the world. Man, that looks like it's from a theme park. The shoe house. Oh man. Is there anything cool I can buy actually? Oh, we could be purple. We could be purple. We could have pink gloves. Mothman last seen in Trinity Hills area. I don't even know if they would believe it. I'm debating if I should do another one or call it there. I guess we are hitting the 5-hour mark, so... Whoops, that was not the button I wanted. That wasn't the button I wanted. I'll probably end it there. I think I've gotten enough head empty to where maybe I'll just try to get some sleep tonight. Probably take a melatonin and just see about passing out. Let's see who's on. You know what? Katie's on. We gotta say hi to Katie because she's great. She's also playing Kingdom Hearts, so I think that'd be fun. Thank you all for hanging out for a little bit or a while, however long you stayed and hang out for. Appreciate it. I know this was definitely not anything mainstream that I have going on, and it definitely wasn't Valentine's Day related at all, but I figured that would be a good thing. So, next stream will be Wednesday? Yes. I'm not sure what we're doing Wednesday. I might just try to see if Apex will run on my computer, maybe. Because the anniversary stuff starts tomorrow, and that would be fun. But probably also work on more Bloodborne and finishing that up. And Friday will be Graphics Quest side quest. And also the Pokemon Randomizer Nuzlocke with my friend. Let's go say hi to Katie. And I hope you all have a good night. Bye.